Whoa. This is crazy. I'm doing a Pokemon. I push this back even later. Okay, I owe 11:15 at the least. At the latest? I don't know. Yeah, so I was gonna start sooner, but dinner was not ready. I don't know why, we're just having a very late dinner. So unfortunately, I now have this giant piece of chicken that really should have been done and in my stomach 30-40 minutes ago. I'm eating that right now. It's good. I like chicken. Okay. Yeah, that choice was like very iffy. It was either a bulky water type, but have it be weak to electric, or an ice type. It's not weak to electric, but it's an ice type. Um, I think I can make it to 100 tonight. Because I did like over 30 yesterday. And that was pretty locked in too. I think I only had like 1 or 2 runs that failed. This thing is going down really easily. But I mean, I have a grass type and an electric type. Hello. And welcome. Vaporeon. There's a thing to be said about a particular Pokemon being displayed right now. I'm not gonna be the one to say it, and hopefully no one says it. The freaks in the Pokemon community. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I mean, that's also part on me for anyone who did, because I also started half an hour late with no explanation. So I would not be surprised if that threw people off. And of course, I'm not saying there isn't other reasons you could have missed. I'm just saying, you know, that is kind of my fault for doing that. I'm trying something this week. I really liked how yesterday went, so I'm doing it again. I had to delay again because dinner. And even though I'm not done, I'm still working my way through. We have a late dinner today for some reason. I don't know why. You have another crush on someone? Wow. Honestly, good for you. Muddy water. Got your first DA shiny today. Nice. What was it? There we go. Okay, this is like entirely too much chicken. I don't think I'm full. I don't want to force myself to eat more. Ooh, Raichu. Ooh, I like Raichu. Yeah, I don't want to force myself to eat more of this. I don't want to get sick. It goes in the housekeeping pile. I'll take care of that later. It was like 40. Ooh, nice. And your brother found one like, oh wow. I think in a minute I'm gonna pull out my DS. I again don't have a camera set up. I need to. That's the first issue. I need to find where I put that pesky camera. Last time I used it was forever ago when I did DS hunts. So I need to find where I put that. But I've been playing through Pokemon Black and White because I have both. And no, I'm not filthy rich. Okay, that might be messing with audio. Maybe I shouldn't pull the cable like that. There we go. Go under the microphone. Okay. Yeah, so no, I'm not rich. I just had a friend who had both Black and White. And he was willing to part with them both for like $55 total or something. It was, or was it 50? I think it was 50 because he said 25 each. But he was okay with parting with them. I got 4 Pokemon games from this one friend alone because he's how I got Black, he's how I got White, he's how I got Diamond, and he's how I got Omega. No, not Omega Ruby. I was about to say Omega Sapphire actually. Alpha Sapphire. So if you know people with Pokemon games, that might be your source to get some cheaper Pokemon games. That's how I got mine. No one took that? Oh, wait, I took that. Because no one else was taking it. That's right. Yeah, I've been playing through... Right now I'm playing through Black, even though it's not my main version. I just have that set up right now. Because I took this DS with me the other day to classes, and I played on it a bit in my downtime. So... It's just farther along, so it's the one I'm playing. Once I finish this, I'll play through White, which is my main game. And then I can do shiny hunting, which will be fun. With your new pledge, I actually think they might like you back. Because you, I swear. Oh, I thought that said unluckily at first. I'm like, why would that be a bad thing? Is that not what you would want? That's my bad. I'm glad I didn't like actually ask that, because I would look stupid. I need an NPC to take this, because it's actually good. Looking at you, Vaporeon. Yes! The NPCs love me. Rarely do I say this, but I might reset on this path for a bit. Assuming the left game doesn't get a shiny. Because it's actually a pretty good path, I think. Probably untrue, but we sit next to each other in science and they seem quite nervous around you. Probably right there, so maybe they just hate you. It's true. You know, there's multiple reasons for a lot of actions, I guess. You can never really be too sure. This guy's got another Pokemon after this? What the heck does he have? Wait, what move do I use? Venoshock's only good if it's poisoned. Because both are stab. It's the only way it will do more. Oh, Tranquil? Well, no, I can stay in because roll out. That's fair. You even say that's fair. Wow. I do have my way of naturally planting my... I mean, that's really how humans work. Like, personality is just kind of built on, like, things you like and the people you hang out with. So, like, that it happens for me a lot. Like, things other people do, that will, like, rub off on me, and I will start to do those things a bit more. Without even thinking about them half the time, I just start doing it. Like, pick up on certain words they use, pick up on things they do, you know. And of course, there's the whole, if you have multiple friend groups, there's the whole dynamic of you adjust to fit with each friend group. Aren't festivals grand? Life should be enjoyed. Okay. Who is this man? I already knew who this man was. I've played these games. I've played this game before. I'm very Hulu, so maybe you just want to be... Everyone wants to be like... Okay, no, that's not true. That's not true. I'm not going to make myself look better than I am. I appreciate it. Wow. I don't think I have any friend groups that are strictly like that. But I mean, that's also considering, like, how do you count a friend group? Because, you know, like, I have the bigger group, but then there's me and a handful of people that, like, still talk to each other more often. Does that count as its own group? Because, like, it's not really new people. It's the same people as another group. It's just more condensed. So, you know, how do you count that? Anyways, Vaporeon, no. Nidoqueen, no. Doug Trio, no. And Tapu Koko, no. I'm getting up there in encounters. I'm not at odds yet, though. So, that gives me hope. I think last night, the prediction that was made was 88. I think someone said. You know, many friends, so it's pretty easy to count. I have a fair amount, because I have all my friends from high school that I still hang out with, or at least talk to, for the ones that don't live in the area anymore. But then there's also newer friends I've made, like my section in marching band. Most of them are chill. There are a few I could maybe be okay without, but a good majority of them are chill. I was looking forward to this semester because I was going to get to meet new people because I'm in a new major and everything. And, I don't know how much that's going to happen. I've been to all my classes now, and, I mean, based on first impressions alone, I don't know if anyone is necessarily going to be someone I get along with. Like 7 or 8, you're not good at telling if someone is a friend or just someone you respect. It's fair. Hey, I said it. I said the thing. I swear, there's gonna be a day where people just start placing bets. How many times am I gonna say that's fair? Like, there's gonna be some whole economy of people gambling on how many times I say that's fair. Um, actually reminds me, one of my teachers today, uh, he was talking about his hot chocolate because he said that one day in one of his classes, a student came up to him and they're like, "Here's your quarter," and handed him a quarter. And he was like, "What?" And they're like, "It's your quarter." And he's like, "Again, what?" You're gonna have to explain. Like, do you have no clue what's going on in your class? And he said, "Apparently not." So apparently, there was some whole gambling thing with him and his hot chocolate, where like every day people could put a penny down on what day of the semester they thought he was going to spill it on his laptop. But of course, he never ended up spilling it. So the agreement then was, you know, if he never spilt the hot chocolate, then he would get a quarter. So I think that's just kind of funny that he had this whole gambling system going on because of something. Oh, I'm not allowed to progress in the story anymore, I don't think. Hold on. Here, we get some glorious black and white audio because this is important. This bridge is very long. Okay, that can go off. I don't want issues now because I played Pokemon music directly into my microphone from my DS that is playing the actual game, by the way. But there's no context for that. So, yeah. Anyways. That's the most important part of every black and white playthrough, hitting Driftvale City. Hopefully that got picked up, because if not, I'm going to be sad that I just sat there and did that for nothing. Sky Armory. Okay. Yo, how's it going? Oh, I got another fun story from classes today. One of my teachers, it's actually the same one I just talked about with the whole having the bets on his hot chocolate and everything. He told us another story. So he said, oh, I buy most of my stuff through Amazon these days, you know. It's just really easy for me to just click on it, buy it, you know, have it delivered. So, you know, he's talking all about that. And then he said one day he needed a few sponges. He was like, you know, the yellow and green sponges. So he was like, I need like 5 of them. So I put in to get 5. What he didn't read enough was they were not individual sponges. They were cases of 20. So by ordering 5, he got himself 100 sponges. And he said, I still have some, by the way. So if you ever need one of those sponges, come by my office. I will give you one. Took a lot not to laugh, because he was like, do not laugh during this next story, or I'm gonna fail all of you. So obviously we tried our best not to laugh, and obviously not laughing, we could laugh, I think, after he got to the whole revealing why we shouldn't laugh, but like, you know, I think he just didn't want us to laugh at him doing something a bit dumb. Yeah, I am still on the Koko hunt. I'm hoping today I can hit odds, because I got to 80 yesterday, which is over 30. It was 32 I did yesterday. And I'm currently 18 away from odds. So either I get the Koko or I hit odds today. One of the two. And again, given how yesterday went, I wouldn't be surprised if I got to go a little over. You don't like having crushes because your reckon cannot flirt whatsoever? Here's my guide to having crushes. And this is an easy 2-step plan that anyone can follow. Step 1, have a crush. Step 2, there is no step 2. Just have the crush. That's my advice. Because, like, it's a lot more fun to be in that state of there might be a chance than actually trying to push it forward. Because, you know, it's like the cat's neither alive or dead, but it's both at the same time. You know, like, the only way you know is if you open the box. Just don't open the box. As long as I don't know if the cat's alive or not, the cat's alive in my mind. Oh, I literally just got items. Did I not? I don't see why I would need any of those. Um, just texted you from a group chat? Really? That's cool. I wish I had that kind of luck. I need to clean up my desk a little at some point. My PSP charger is just sitting here on the desk because I didn't want to just leave it plugged in when it wasn't in use. I guess that's easy. I can just put it with my other gaming stuff. Sylveon had to move, unfortunately. She couldn't stay in the middle of the monitors. As much as I wanted that. So she lives off to the side now. She said, hi, it's... Okay, and then exclude her name. From school, we sit next to each other in science. Nice! Cat. There's a Lego tuxedo cat that's now right next to me. I always fear for this thing because it took me like an hour to put it together, I think. And it's kind of cool how it's like actually life size, at least for my cats. Like it is actually about the same size as my cat. But my cat will sometimes get up on the shelf with it and start rubbing against it like it's a real cat. And I'm like, please don't rub on that, because she'll knock the ear off of it every now and then. Poor cat. It's also very dusty. I haven't cleaned it. Gosh, why is Greedent such a tank? And why'd I, like, overly pronounce the K in that? It's like tank. I don't think anyone says the word like that. I'm Clay, the gym leader around these parts. Don't be expecting no welcome now. 'Cause when we lower that bridge, the Team Plasma guys we caught done escaped and all the ruckus. What a bother. Okay, Clay is cool just because of his daughter. My relationship with Clay is literally just, I will be as nice to you as I need to be if it means I have a chance. I need the father's approval. Lacey is literally one of my favorite Pokemon characters of all time. And I love how, like, she actually has a romance option in part of the story for that DLC. I mean, it doesn't do anything, really. Just being able to say, you're the cutest, Lacey. Like, I love that. Yes, you're cool. My contacts. Dang. That's lucky. I'm starting to get jealous. No, I'm not actually. That's good, though. That's good. I never remember what to do at this point in the story. Because I know there's the cold storage, but I know there's also Clay. I think I'm supposed to go fight Clay, question mark? No, I'm supposed to do the cold storage. It was a 50-50. Okay, I'll keep my party as is then, because cold storage I think has ice types. Or at least in the area. Greedent, I don't need that. This path is bad. And I just remembered, now that I'm doing this, I forgot to reset the path. See, I'm very bad about that, clearly. Every time I say a path is good, I want to reset it. I never do, because it's so locked into my muscle memory already to just back out of the path. Timber. I need to check with my team and see what all I cover with it. Because I have room for one more member, and I don't know what I want to add. I feel stupid because I picked Tepig for an experience with it. Well, I picked it in the game that has the Fire-type legendary. Yeah, that helps. I think I just high horsepower. Okay, I'm going to inflate the team. For economy reasons. To only have the final evolutions. So that would be Emboar, Simisage, Zebstrika, Scolipede, and Crocodile. Okay. Use up all your luck now, you won't be able to get any shinies. Yeah, that's true. But think about it this way. This is something that, like, if you can get it done right and continue to do it right, you're set. Shinies, it's just RNG. It'll always have its up and downs. So shiny hunting is forever. you can always decide to shiny hunt, you know? So it's not like this is the end of the world. Ah, that did way too much. I didn't like that. Okay. Ow. Okay, exclude type. This is the fun part because I have to go through now and exclude every single type that I already have. I don't have steel, I have fire, grass, electric, I have psychic, ice, dragon, I have dark. Okay, what are my options? Cure 'em. Guess you have to delete their numbers. No, no, keep it, keep it. How did I get... Oh, Shell Bell. I was like, how did I get health back? Bronzong is down, but it wasn't actually doing anything yet. So I'm not disappointed, I guess. You're not actually good. Okay, I need to, like, actually think what Pokemon I want to add. Because I'm looking at, like, a list of all the final evolutions left in the game, my version specifically, that aren't overlapping with anything else I have. My options are not that good. Most of them are single types, or Pokemon I can't really get. I mean, I'd like a water type, but I have... What are my options? Samurott, can't get that. That's a starter. Yeah. I remember. Okay, so I can't have Samurott. Can't really get Simipour. Caracosta? Caracosta? Or Basculin. Okay, maybe no water type. I could get an ice type. Well, if I use a Vanillux, is Vanillux even good? Oh, I won. Okay, I didn't make the mistake again. One of the Dynamax adventures yesterday, I accidentally used a Pokeball, like a regular one, on the left game because I was default, and like that one only has to go over 1 to reach Luxury Ball, so I think I just brain farted. Hello is okay. Okay. So today's an okay day. Got it. Alright. Skarmory, no. Dugtrio, no. Greedent, no. Tapu Koko, no. Like to keep a record? Yes. Keep that record. I am actually prepared today in case I get the Koko and still have time. Because I have like a temporary hunt that I'm okay with starting. I don't know how much time I'll get to put into it this year. It's going to be a long hunt. Like, I'm talking this might take several years with how often I get to do it. Because I'm going to go for a shiny Alpha Chikorita and Wild Zone 20 in ZA. Now, I could probably hunt that line a lot easier if I use the Mega Dimensions, but I want to, like, full-on hunt this. So, you know, I kind of want some of that challenge to it. Hey, no problem. Take care of that. You know, this is your chance. Don't blow it. And good luck. You know what to do, hopefully. Alright. This thing's about to go down, but it's putting up a huge fight. Why would you do that? That's just an inconvenience. Because you're already going down this turn. I don't know if I'm going to take this, because I think what I have is already great. I think I just need to let the NPCs have their fun. Yeah, no. If Catherine switched, I'd be a bit upset. But, you know, I know someone whose name is Catherine. It's with a K, not a C, so that doesn't really work. But if Catherine does something stupid, I am going into her DMs and go, hey, screw you for switching. You know, I just need to bully someone in real life. Oh, I didn't even consider Jellicent. Okay. So I could get Jellicent, or I could get Sigilif. Dang. Palossand died. That sucks. Oh, okay. So this thing's just going on a killing spree. To be fair, like, everything in our group is weak to it, or one of them, which is the bulkiest against it, just had low HP from the last fight. Confusion is nice. I want to see it punch itself in the face. It can't really do that, but the point is clear. I guess I'm grabbing Vanillux. Think she might be flirting with you? What'd she say? Oh, I ran to a Vanillite. Wanna come with? Get in my ball. Join me. Boom. Even if this isn't great, I mean, it gives me dragon coverage, which is always nice. How fitting. I picked a ice type and stuff when I have like this huge winter storm headed my way. I already have classes not canceled, remote learning. If you're talking, it's nice to someone you're really nice to. Might be. Okay. Let's see. Arthur, switch. Arthur, screw you. Okay, this is just cooked. I guess the fairy type, because we'll probably have the easiest time defeating that. All good, all good. Take your time. I don't know what to name this Vanillite. I'll name it. No, I can't name it Pop Q. I already did that. I'll name it Drama. Yeah, its name is Drama. I like doing goofy nicknames for my Pokemon. Okay, even though that's super effective, would Max Flare just do more damage because it has the higher base? Guess I won't know until I test it. Oh, and it can set up Sun too, so that might actually be pretty good. But a fun story actually. I'll talk about this. So my area is expected to get this pretty big winter storm coming through. And the amount of snow we're supposed to get keeps changing. It was at like 20 something, went down to like 15. Don't know where we're at now, but you know, we're supposed to get a fair amount of snow and ice. Which, fun fact, makes it hard to drive. And so I got a message from like our university's like alert system or whatever they use to send out any important updates. We are not having classes in person on Monday. So, yeah, anyways, we have this fun thing where we don't actually, like, cancel like most schools would. So what happens instead is they just close down for the day. You know, no one has to show up. Everything is done over the internet through, like, Zoom and stuff. Fortunately, one of my teachers said that if we don't have it Tuesday, he's just giving us the day off. So, that's nice. Train with the... Hold on, I need to make in-game decisions. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I like this team. Anyways. Train with the FBI so you can understand micro-expressions and pretend I'm a mind reader. So, you get a job as psychic and she pays you to read your mind. Then you bribe her parents to tell me if... I mean, that's one thing you could do. You just spent $13. What did you spend $13 on? Sludge bomb. You're not going bankrupt. I mean, $13 is a lot of money. You could just ask her. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna, I will say, my opinion, you should wait a bit before you get to stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if that was your plan to begin with, but definitely wait. Because then also by waiting, you can make sure you have the highest chances of things working out. So, you'd not like to say. Okay. Sorry for your stupidness. But you're not stupid. I am. That's genius. Honestly, I think this is just the end of this battle. Oh, I wanted to max strike me. Oh, it had a substitute up. I thought it was just gonna die there. Okay. I signed Hachun, who no one knew about. Well, it ain't me, that's for sure. Alright. It's gonna take a minute, it has to load. Poor Switch 1 cannot keep up. Okay. Odegas, no. Wheezing, no. Dedenne, no. Type of Koko, no. Okay. Hey, next one. 88. That's the one we said. So anyways, I have some ideas planned that are coming up. So, first one is the Chikorita hunt I talked about a bit earlier. That is something I might start doing. I don't know. I would need time to think about that one if that is genuinely what I want to do. You're so sorry. What are you sorry for exactly? Am I missing something? But I do have the other 3 Dynamax Adventures hunts that I'm choosing not to do here, which are Zygarde, Solgaleo, and Necrozma. Don't worry, those will still be released at some point. I'm just doing them as recorded hunts rather than streamed hunts. So in the meantime, while I'm busy doing those on my own, I have a few things planned, because like BDSP, I want to start doing soft resets for the starters. Apparently they fixed BDSP in one of the updates that just came out. So yeah, I'm excited to do that. I'll be very excited to start doing the resets for those. And then also, it was suggested that I play Pokemon Crystal. So that's going to be something I do as well, because, you know, I don't know how much I'm necessarily going to want to do other stuff, or I guess the starter resets. So I'll probably do Crystal at some point. Just gotta figure out how I want to set that up. I was thinking about playing it through my Wii U, but I don't know. I'll have to figure out what works best for me. Tired, you're going to sleep? Okay. Take care. Have a nice sleep. Hey. How's it going? Hopefully it's going well. You're so sorry for sharing that $13 experience. I mean, I didn't mind. You're doing great. That's good. That makes you feel like an idiot. I don't see how that would make you an idiot. Is this my favorite game that I'm playing right now? It's one of my favorites, but it's not my favorite. Although I am playing my favorite right now on the side. Pokemon Black and White. Those are like the games that raised me. Well, I guess I was raised more with the anime. But Black and White are my favorite games. I'm playing through Pokemon Black right now on the side. These are some of my favorites because these were my first actual games that I played. So they're special to me still. They're some of my favorites. But I'm one of the Black and White fans. Which I think is kind of funny, because that puts me right in the middle of both sides of my friend groups. Because I have the side that's slightly older than me, which is leaning Diamond and Pearl, because that was what they had. And I have the side that got into it a bit later and started with X and Y. So I have friends on both sides of the Pokemon spectrum, and then there's just me in the middle playing Pokemon Black and White. I do have a schedule. I'm not strictly following it. I'm following the days, which are Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, at least for me and the times I do it. Now, other parts of the world may have rolled over into the next day, so I can't speak for everyone. But I'm testing out something right now because I started a bit later than I normally would today, because I'm experimenting with a new schedule. It's only slightly delayed by like 30 to 40 minutes. But I'm just seeing, because I liked how things went yesterday when I did it. I felt more alert and everything. So I just want to have a few more days to test it and see if it actually works how I want it to, or if that was just a one-off. But if it does, then I'll probably update when I do things, just so it's not wrong. I would do every day, but the time I do it, I have interruptions on Mondays during that time, so I can't do it then. Then also the other 2 days I take for myself are either to actually take for myself or work on video stuff. So it's the least overwhelming for me with how I do things right now. Yes, I am. I will not be saying where I go because I don't. Contrary to popular belief, maybe, I don't actually want people to try to find me in between classes. I'm not trying to have some meet and greet just on campus. Of course, it's not much of a thing to say I don't want to say, because I'm pretty sure through reflections you can already figure that out. Because I have a very bad tendency to always be wearing something related to the school whenever I film live footage. So it typically ends up getting in there somehow. And, like, I don't care necessarily if people know where I go, because it's like, it's a college. Whoa. Yeah, I have a nice schedule because my classes are all starting at 8 a.m. Like, every day I start at 8 a.m. Half the days end by 10, and the other half end by 11, which is great. 2 classes every day, back to back, and done. Then I do what I did today and yesterday. I come home, I go to sleep, then I wake up in time for this. Just asking, because you said, yeah. So, I'm trying out a very nocturnal lifestyle right now, which I'm actually really liking because, first of all, I'm not a morning person. I hate mornings. It's really hard for me to wake up in the morning. So, it actually works out to do this because that way I will already be up. And I'm already up, already getting ready. I'm alert, ready to go. So I can easily get going, go to class, do the 2 classes, come home, then go to sleep, get my sleep, and then wake up, do this or whatever else I have going on during this time. And then I'm up all night because I'm actually very productive at night, which is great. But also, that change helps me because before I was doing this to where this was the last thing I did before going to bed. But now that's the first thing I'm doing aside from eating after I wake up. I have more energy. I'm never going to have to worry about, oh, I'm getting too tired because I already slept. Just don't want to get out of bed because you swear you feel so sleepy when you wake up. When you get up and wash your face, don't feel yeah. You just gotta kickstart the body, make it understand that it's gonna have to start moving. Which is a lot easier when kickstarting the body is doing something you were wanting to do anyways. And then, you know. I'm liking how things have worked the past 2 days, so I'm thinking about keeping this style. I would like to work on some stuff for my second channel at some point, because I do want to put stuff out over there. I want to do Animal Crossing, but I still need to figure out how I would want to do that, because it does not work to do that every day. That's not happening. So I'm thinking either record every day and then trim it down into like smaller portions of every day, like the main stuff I did, and then do that, or just push out random updates throughout my playthrough. Maybe play a bit on camera, but mostly just have it be like updates and what I've been doing. Although I think that works better as like, if I am gonna play anything, I'm just streaming that. I don't know if that channel has everything set up to be able to stream, because I know you have to like request permission and then you have to wait 24 hours, which I guess is done just so you don't spam. But I'll need to make sure that is even capable of doing it before I plan that. That could be fun. I also want to do a playthrough of Final Fantasy 4 or 2 specifically, since it was called 2 when it released in the US, and I'm playing that version specifically. Yeah, that's just one of my favorite games. It's not my favorite Final Fantasy by any means, but it's one of my favorites. Especially of the 2D. It is my favorite 2D Final Fantasy. So I'd love to just play through that again. Persona is another thing I'd like to do, but that's going to be harder to do because Persona. So a fun fact about Persona, those games are long. Context for how long? About 100 hours. Okay. That is a bit extreme, but that is true. I've usually taken about 100 hours for each Persona I've played. They're just long. You're gonna play Mario while you wait. Okay, sounds good. Enjoy the Mario. This is where I get absolutely cooked. I'm gonna win my gym badge in a flawless victory. Okay. Okay, buddy. I wanna get back into like actually writing music. Haven't done that in a minute, just 'cause of break and everything. I think it could be nice, because the first thing that would do is a be right back screen, because you know, I don't want that to be like a silent thing if I ever throw it up there, because then it's just relying on people. to talk amongst themselves. And I don't want that pressure being put on people, so I'll probably just put music just so there's something chill. Another thing I'll probably do is background music. I mean, I'd have to get a fair amount made before I can do that, because at the very least I'd want like 30 minutes, if not more, because that's not a lot to start out with, but like over 5 hours you can't get away with looping the same 2 things. So, you know, I need a good variety of stuff to be able to have on loop in the background. And of course I can just use like copyright free stuff made for this setting, but I want to do my own stuff because that's what I like doing. And you know, if you like doing something, I don't see why you shouldn't just do it. Yeah, this is not a good path. We are getting cooked. And it just occurred to me that I probably have a bike already, because I think you get that in Mombasa City. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's when you get it. So if so, I probably already have the bike and I just haven't used it yet because I'm stupid. I do. I need to get used to this area because I'm going to come back to where I am to hunt later. With the vanillite and the chinchillas. This is the attempt. Yeah, I was saying that this is going to be 88. It's not, because I just lost. It's the next one. This was just a bad path, though. As you can see, very bad path. Hopefully this is a better path. Fortunately, since I have Tapu Koko registered on both games, if one game just starts getting bad paths, I have the ability to just say no and let the other game run a path or two just to try to reset whatever is going on. This should be the attempt. This looks promising. I gotta do team prep for the next gym in Pokemon Black now. I'm about to go up against Clay. And I have 2 good Pokemon for him. I have Pansage and I have Vanillite. I need to evolve Pansage because I think it's Leaf Stone. I just don't know how to get one. But yeah, I have 2 things that are good against ground. I just gotta hope that works out for me. So I gotta do a bit of grinding. Sand Slash. I like Sand Slash. I like the Alolan one more, I think. But I still do really like Sand Slash. What ammo is Sand Slash? That's a great question. I want to say like a Shrew or something, because Sand Shrew. Oh, what is this? Based on the pangolin? Pangolin? I don't know. A unique scaly mammal from Africa and Asia. Known for rolling into a protective ball, it also shares traits with the hedgehogs and echidnas, featuring sharp claws and keratin scales for defense. So it's an armadillo. Armadillo on steroids. No, Alan, you cannot learn Fling. Experience share in older games is crazy compared to what it is now. Because like these days, basically everything gets the same amount of experience. But whoever actually, like, I forget if it's whoever participates in battle or whoever actually does the finishing blow But I know, like, you do get more experience on one Pokemon than the other still. If you're just knocking stuff out with one Pokemon. But, like, in these games, oh my gosh. The amount of experience that is shared is very minimal. I got cute charmed. Okay, like, how much did I gain from that? Yeah, so I get around 70 to 80 experience on the Pokemon that actually did the attacking in battle. Everything else gets 20. Which I guess is 1/4, roughly. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm not saying that's good either. Sure, Sophie. Take the alternate evolution. Poison. You can never go wrong with a poison type. I respect the Pokemon trainers for just learning how to ride a bike the second they get one. Because, like, aside from the whole they have to limit how fast you can move just so things don't go too fast too soon, like, aside from that side of things, like, if your trainer actually had a bike, why would they not bring it with them the second they start their adventure? I mean, I could see if they already knew how to ride a bike and they just don't have one. But, like, every time. You got a shower? Okay. Sounds good. I ain't going anywhere. I'm just gonna brute force my way through the gym. My thoughts are use my starter as much as I can, even if it's weak. Because if it can just get through battles, that's all I need. Okay, this should be number 88. Assuming nothing goes wrong, that is. no, it's actually taking some pretty nice damage. Brave Bird, don't kill. Thank you. It took some more damage just for that. It put itself in range to put out a discharge. That's stupid. At least it didn't knock anything out. Ooh, that's good damage. And then Max Quake, that knocks it out. Oh, I didn't bump the counter. My bad. This is 88. This is the one it's going to happen on. This is the foretold magical encounter or whatever. Sand Slash, no. Frost Blast, no. Garbodor, no. Tapu Koko, no. I've been lied to. Aw, that sucks. I looked over and saw it before it appeared on screen, by the way. I was responding to that message, I promise. Well, at least you get to see a bit more struggling. Okay, that is unfair. Drillbur is faster and used Dig. Which threw me off then. Because I didn't get to attack. I was trying to attack with Pokemon I wanted to use so get more experience, but no. That'd be too easy. Do I not have any more revives? How do I not have any more revives? I bought like 20. Let's see if we get lucky with Mario today. Indeed. Good luck on that. It's on the Wii U. I love the Wii U one. I love my Wii U. I gotta set my Wii U up again actually, because I got a PSP and instead of an actual memory stick for it, I got an adapter that lets me use an SD card, which is cool, but I had to do a whole bunch of cycling for that because the SD card from my 3DS, or I guess my small 3DS, OG, whatever you want to call it, the one I got as a Japanese model, that one donated its SD card to the PSP. Then I got the SD card from my Wii U and moved it here. There is an SD card in my Switch OLED, which is the game on the right. But my issue with that is that's where Pokemon Sword is saved. And I was thinking about just moving it, deleting whatever else is on there, and then taking that SD card. But said something about like save files might not move over or whatever, or you might lose save files. I don't know what it said exactly. I just don't want to mess with that yet, because I would rather not have to be like, so I'm stuck doing solo Dynamax adventures for a bit because I'm an idiot and did something that got my save deleted. But yeah, I'd like to set up my Wii U because I want to play Crystal through that, because that's easier for me to capture. Oh. We are all statused, which is annoying. Okay, that's kind of unfair. This is a bad path, I think. Play level 4, nice. a look. I really just want this run to end. But I don't want to intentionally end it, because if it has the potential to somehow win, I don't think it does, but hypothetically it could, as long as it's not over yet. Honestly, I think I have a pretty good idea of a spot to put my Wii U on my desk. I have a nice open spot. I'll have to see if the Wii U actually fits in it. But it could be nice. Just because I don't want to set it up, because my other option, okay, I got my Wii U used from a friend, and it doesn't have like the stands on or whatever to stand up vertically, so I can only lay it horizontally. Unless I go buy stands. And I don't want to do that, so yeah. Unfortunately, I have no real space to lay it down, unless the space on my desk I'm looking at happens to be big enough. I could just set it on the floor, but I don't want to do that, because, you know, the floor is carpet, and I'm pretty sure that's going to mess with the fans. The system's going to get hot, overheat, catch on fire, burn the house down. All the bad things. Oh, I forgot steel resisted Ghost and Dark prior to Gen 6. Oh, okay. He just one-shot me. Didn't even give me a chance. You're gonna have to shower soon, so you're gonna get off Mario? Okay. I love relying on chip damage. Oh boy, he keeps healing, so I get to keep mud slapping to lower his accuracy. And I don't have to worry about my damage output, because he's already getting hit by 2 chip moves. He's getting Leech Seed and Sand Tomb. Boom. Excadrill go down. And Durant fainted. That's good. Wouldn't faint. They don't faint like that in Dynamax Adventures. I don't care which one of them gets it. Really doesn't matter. What will I do after Dynamax Adventures? It depends. So, there are still 3 legendaries after the Tapus that I need to get from this. But I'm not doing those like this because I'm tired of Dynamax Adventures. Those are going to be on my own time. They're still going to be recorded. They're still going to have that put out. But as far as like my next big project, that's not going to happen anytime soon because it relies on me finishing those. Because the next big thing is the badge quest for Shield. I'll be using both games to double hunt, make that a little bit faster, but the next thing the next main project is badge quest. So until I get to where I can start the badge quest, what I'm going to be doing is a little bit of 2 or 3 different things. So the first thing is going to be Shining Pearl. I'm going to be doing starter resets. The second thing I'm going to be doing is a Pokemon Crystal playthrough. Those are going to be my 2 main things I alternate. I also want to do a Alpha Chikorita hunt in Wild Zone 20. But you know, I'd have to think about that one, decide if I want to do it. Because I would kind of like to have ZA be full odds too at some point. Oh, we lost. See, I'd have to think about this. The only issue I would have with ZA is, like, first of all, I feel like with the way shiny hunting works and that, I'm fine with just having charm. Like, I'm not offended by it because I feel like just with how it works for shiny hunting, even if I didn't have charm, I'd still get shinies crazy fast. I mean, I proved that during my playthrough. I literally was able to get a shiny in like an hour without charm. So I'm not too worried about it. If anything, the rarity of that hunt just comes from what I'm doing. So I'll have to think more on that. I'll pivot to that if I get Koko tonight. That's just how it's going to be. If I get Koko at any point sooner than I was expecting, then that is going to be what I go to. But that won't be like a permanent thing. Now this is a good path. Don't take Cramorant. This is literally so good. Now, unfortunately, I can't force the NPCs to do anything. But if I could, I would make none of them switch ever. That's how good this is. Later route is bad. But, I mean, as long as I have 2 good things, I think I'm good. Pew! That was like the one time I would have been fine with an NPC switching. Okay. Gotta take the least bad path now. Okay, this might be a bit bad because 2 of my things... Actually, no, just 1 of my things are weak. I actually need. Oh, I know where I put Shining Pearl. Never mind. I was gonna be like, I need to make sure I actually know where I put my Shining Pearl. Because I just got it back. It's in my Switch case. Duh. And that's big damage right there. It's 2 attacks behind? That's crazy. Switch 1 is running a bit slow today, it seems. Didn't even get an option on the right game. It decided for me. Arthur's gonna double swap, I guess. That's cool. Okay. And Raichu, because I think it gets Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod will be pretty good. Can we go a bit quicker, game? Thank you. I think I can get away with using some ground moves, because if it goes fast enough, then I won't use enough to, like, I guess put a dent in the amount I actually get to use in the last fight. Flamethrower might do more damage, actually. Like, in a weird, messed up way. I think Flamethrower might actually just do more because it's stab. Let me see. That did about the same. Ooh, that breaks screens. I don't think I've ever actually, like, seen the animation for a screen move getting broken. Blast. Electric Surge. Okay. All goes well, this is 90. Ooh, burn. Did it boost its stat this turn? And that's interesting. Does that actually do more damage? Ooh, special attack boost. Nice. Lightning Rod does not save me from that one. But it's fine. Alright, this should be a win because I think enough things outspeed it here. Yeah. I didn't expect Raichu to get the knockout. But okay. Me hit 90. Alright. Marshtomp, no. You. Ooh, shiny Gourgeist. Okay. Shiny Gourgeist. Raichu, no. And Tapu Koko, no. Shiny Gourgeist, finally. Another shiny. It's been ages since a shiny has been on screen. Shiny Gorgeist. Happy to have it. Happy to see another shiny. Alright, time for the next fun part. Hitting 100. If I do this quick enough, I might have time to even go past 100. Assuming I need that. I don't know when the Koko plants to shine. Could be the very next one. Yeah, Max Quake. That's gonna be big damage. Oh my gosh. I saw a post that was like history of turn-based JRPGs, or I guess just RPGs. Actually, it says it's Final Fantasy VII, literally 0, Persona 5, and then Expedition 33. And then someone in the comments put like every single turn-based RPG. See, the thing about Persona 5 is it's Persona 5. I love comments on posts like that. See a Gorga? Yeah, it just happened. I don't know how to spell it either. Barely know how to say it. Glad to have it. It's not the Tapu Koko, but it's a phase. And a phase is a phase, you know? A shiny's a shiny. Just proves my games aren't broken. What ghost type are you? Rotom. That's motor spelled backwards. Nerd moment. You know, statistically speaking or whatever, I am still on track to get Koko by 100. Now, that might not happen, but think about this. First phase was the Bisharp. Pretty sure second phase was the Scolipede. Had a long break, but I eventually got the Gourgeist. That's 3 shinies. That's expected. So the next shiny should statistically be Tapu Koko. I'm not crazy. You are. Yeah, and it also worked out that I got all 3 of those phases under 100. So technically, Koko could still be at 100, which would make sense still because I had that huge drought. Like, I literally got nothing yesterday. I would love to get Koko. I mean, that's why I'm hunting it, obviously, but you get the point. You're back. Sorry for missing info about badge quest. That's fair. Okay, I don't know how much you heard. I'll say it again just in case. So, after this, I'm probably going to do something in ZA. It probably won't stick around. It's just temporary. The ZA thing I'm doing is literally just if I get this, like today, like right now, or if tomorrow I get it earlier than I expected, just so I have something to do. And I'm not like, well, I got the shiny. I have nothing else planned. I'm just going to end. Like, I don't want to do that. I'll find something to do. And it's probably going to be some ZA hunts or something. Oh. But then, like, the main thing I'm doing after this is a playthrough of Crystal once I set that up. Because I'm actually curious to see how playthroughs would do. Because I've only ever done shiny hunting on here, really. So, I'm curious to see how playthroughs would do. And if people would want to see more of those. Because there's games I'd like to play through. But, there are things that, like, I'm going to play through these games regardless. I just want to see if it would be worth doing them here. Yeah, I have a Crystal playthrough I want to get to at some point. And then also, Shining Pearl. I'm going to start doing shiny hunts in that. Because I didn't know this. Apparently they didn't work on Switch 2. But now they do? Okay. I guess now is a better time than any to get that set. But I don't think I've ever even put my Shining Pearl cartridge into the Switch 2. So if there's update data for it, I don't have it. There is update data. I just don't have it. So maybe tonight I'll download that. Because then I won't have to worry about switching to ZA. I can just go right into Shining Pearl. No, because I'd have to set it up. Okay. Shining Pearl will be its own thing. I'm surprised with how much I've got Piloswine? Is that what I was going to say? Palisand. As much as I've got this throughout these hunts, or I guess throughout this hunt, I'm surprised I haven't found a shiny of it yet. Yes, burn. So now it can Will-O-Wisp. Not Will-O-Wisp, that's what it just used. It can Hex. We should knock this thing out very quickly then. Charging your long lost in that Oba is the first what you got. Switch light. Ooh. I have my Switch. I'm gonna go grab it real quick because if I'm talking about it, I won't hold it. might sound like I'm trying to actually talk about something I'm showing, and I look crazy. Have my Switch Lite with me. It's the pink one. I actually wanted this one the most. Like, it's coral, so technically it's more orange, or supposed to be orange, but it's pink. Pink enough at least. I got this one because I liked how it looked the most, and because my sister has the teal one or whatever, like the main model they advertised, and I didn't want to get the same thing, so I got the pink one. But I honestly don't really know if I want to keep it pink, because at the time I was very into getting pink things. That's why I have a pink 3DS. But I've started shifting my interest a bit, and I like blue a lot, so I kind of want a blue one. But like, I bought this as pink. I really don't feel like reshelling it. So I might just keep it pink. I don't care that much. I need to get some games on this. Or, like, just set up saves for games I would play on it. Because I have games I would play on it already. Mainly thinking the two Legends and Shining Pearl, because I have those physically. Also why I like physical games a lot. You can just swap them around systems. You don't have to deal with how digital copies work. Yeah, I'm actually going to do something interesting. So I'm going to play Shining Pearl on this Switch as well, but as like a separate playthrough, because I'm trying to prepare myself for something I'm going to do eventually, because I'm planning to get Black 2, White 2 physically someday, but I want to get them for as good of a deal as I can. So I'm going to just buy the Japanese ones because those are so much cheaper. Now, the issue with that is, how do you play a game that's not in the language you speak? Now, I would do both Switches with DLC and Dynamax Adventures, but you don't got DLC on Switch Lite. That's fair. Sweet. I have the latest version already. I have to update the Switch Lite system now. Anyways, I want to learn Japanese. Just because I've heard Pokemon is actually very beginner friendly with Japanese, because with it being designed for kids, it doesn't use too much complicated stuff. Because again, it's supposed to be accessible by as many people as possible, so they have to keep a lot of the languages in it pretty simple. So I'm hoping I can use what games I already have for Pokemon, because modern games let you pick the language. So I'm hoping I can use that to, at least practice and learn how it works, especially in Pokemon games, because they have their own unique quirks for stuff. But that way I just get prepared, so that way when I have games that I have to have in Japanese because it's hard coded, it's not that big of a deal. Jupiter. I had to make a new user on here so I don't get stuck using the same account on 2 Switches at the same time. And I like doing this, just like making alternate saves of mine have, or I guess alternate accounts and Pokemon saves as well. Giving them like goofy names that are close enough. Like obviously for the main two you got Juniper June, but then like after that I want like Jupiter. Like just give it something stupid. It's like sure. I think that's funny. Jupiter. I'll put this on my desk. That way I can look at it and remember to use it. Okay, shiny. Please. Togedemaru is a no. Motor is a no. Palisand is still a no, unfortunately. And Tapu Koko, no. Ideally, I would love to have a modded Switch Lite, but I'm not doing all that because, like, it's not simple like other things. I think you have to like actually install a mod chip and know how to do all that. So it's either do that myself, which I don't know how to do, nor do I have the tools for, or I pay someone else to do it. Again, same issue. No, I didn't mean to pick that. I thought I hit right on the D-pad. If it picks that path, I'm going to be mad. It's going to. I know it is. Yep. I swear I hit right on the D-pad. That's not my fault. Ooh, I found a cool transparent blue Switch Lite shell. This is the one thing I would be interested in doing. Just like shell swap on it. There are some cool like transparent colors I'd like to do. I love transparent shell replacements. They're cool. Focus miss. Okay, I'm curious. Without using like shell swaps or skins, how many Switch 1 Joy-Con pairs? Well, I guess how many colors of Switch 1 Joy-Con can you make a pair with, like two of the same color? Because a lot of them got releases as like one is one color, one is the other, and then didn't get the inverse of that. Okay, so we can start with the basic gray. Obviously, we know because that's it. Literally came as a pair on the Switch itself. I'm not gonna count special editions either, because obviously those you can't do. I'm just looking at base cards. The blue and red you can do because you got left blue, right red with the system, and you can buy left red, right blue separate. Which honestly, I still do kind of wish I got the red and blue Joy-Cons. Initially. And as much as I would love to just like get the OLED that's like that, if I get another Switch at any point, I'm probably getting another Switch 2. Okay, because it's not that much more, and it's just more efficient and better to have going forward. So, I mean, the Switch 2 kind of has the red and blue, but it's barely noticeable. The Splatoon 2 colors, I don't know if that's actually what they're supposed to be, but that's what they are. The pink and green. I think those did get both versions released. Or, like, one was bundled with a system, and then the others you could buy separate. You can make both of those a pair. White obviously came together. Yellow had its pair. The pastel pink or whatever, apparently that's an option. I think aside from that, everything else, you can only get one or the other. Well, no, you can only get the one set. You're looking for a micro SD card, yeah, but you couldn't find it. That happened to me the other day because I remembered I had a 32 gigabyte one that I was going to use. And I'm like, okay, where was it? So I had to think. I was like, okay, maybe it's in my old Wii because I modded that, and I remember I started using an SD card on that. Well, no, it wasn't in there. So I was like, okay, maybe it was in my original 3D, or I guess new 2DS XL. You know, the first thing I had. So that was modded. And I thought maybe I just transferred the mod data over. No, there's no SD card in that. So I have no clue where that SD card went. I know I had it. I just don't have it right now. So it could be anywhere. My theory as to where the heck it went is I remember I did have my sister's new 2DS XL at one point just because she let me use it. So I honestly think what I might have done is copied all her stuff over to the new one. And I gave her the 32 one I was looking for. Wait, is this real? There's a Resident Evil Switch 2 Pro controller. I don't play Resident Evil, so that's not for me. But that's cool. I'm very happy with my base one. Now, if they put out, like, a Pokemon-themed one for, like, Gen 10 or something, that might tempt me, but, like, this was $90. I really don't want to buy another one anytime soon. As good of a controller it is, like, this is one of my favorite controllers I've ever used. Like, the sticks feel nice. I don't know if it's the, like, actual sticks themselves or the gates, but they have a very soft sound to them. And all the buttons are, like, pretty silent. I like it. It's a quiet controller, but it feels great. Like, this is actually just one of my favorite controllers ever. And then my Switch 1 Pro controller, it works, but it's showing some age. I had to clean it out, actually, not too long ago, just because it was getting that bad. Its handles are very greasy feeling. Might need to see what I can do for that. What's the AC adapter? The charger. Or, I think that's what it means. Yeah, because I think it would specify otherwise if it was like a Pro controller charger or something. AC adapter should be the charger. If you're talking about the Switch, then it should be the charger. They call it that because that's how electricity works. You know, it's adapting the AC power to work with the system. Talk about the Switch, right? Then yeah, it's the charger. Is it asking you to plug it in for something? Okay, apparently there's a collaboration for gaming chairs that are Pokemon themed. And I'm not gonna lie, I would really like to get the Eevee one. But I already know the second I look this up, these are gonna be like well into the $500, if not more. Why is it bothering me? I just want to look at this. Eevee edition. Okay. Let's see. How bad is this gonna be? Oh. Yeah, it's like 600, almost $700. I'm not getting that. Nope. I will buy a regular chair for like way less, and I will put an Eevee sticker on it. I saw a short today, which I think might actually have been targeted for me. Because it was a short about, like, wanting to get a gaming chair or something. And the guy shows it, and the guy who's showing it to was like, no, that's a bad chair. Don't get that. He's like, but why? It's a gaming chair. He's like, No, that is a race seat. You know, like a seat that would go in a race car or something. Racing chair or whatever. I forgot how he described it. But yeah, something about like a lot of gaming chairs. Like they don't actually have like the proper support. They have a pillow that is supposed to be the support, but usually is just fixed in place. So it doesn't do you much good. And so the guy said, realistically, your best bet is to just get an office chair because there are a lot of places that just sell old office chairs from places that had to go out of business or whatever. For like $200 max, you can grab yourself a really good office chair that has adjustable support, and it'll last you like a lifetime. So maybe I just need to do that. See, you got your Switch Lite. It's probably because you are using an Apple charger. I think it's like it can charge with a lot of different things, but like it wants a specific current output. So like while it might be getting enough power to charge, it probably wants the specific amount it gets from the official charger. So if you have the official charger, then use that because that should work. And what will I hunt tomorrow? Unless I get Tapu Koko tonight, I'm gonna be still hunting Tapu Koko. I'm gonna hunt Tapu Koko until I get it. And then after that, I'm going to switch to starter resets and Shining Pearl. Ugh, 94. Will this be the shiny Koko? You found it was on current. Nice. I have way too many Switch Pro, not Pro, Switch chargers because there was the one I got with my original Switch, the one I got with my OLED, the one I got with my Switch Lite, the one my sister got with her Switch Lite, and then the one that my brother got with his Switch OLED. So that's 5 Switch chargers in one house. And then the Switch 2 charger, but that's a different charger. Lycanroc, no. Greedent, no. Cryogonal, no. Tapu Koko, no. Oh, I hit the mic. I'm apology. Okay, I need to turn off noise suppression because I'm about to walk across the room, and I don't know how well my voice is even gonna get picked up. back to the gaming. Think about making me some mozzarella sticks after this because they're good. They're an easy snack. Only issue is air fryer because it has a lot of loud beeps. I don't know if there's a way to turn those off, or at least mute it for a bit. But I don't care because, you know, I'm a night person. In fact, I'm literally nocturnal right now. So, you know, people want to run around screaming, bother me while I'm trying to get my sleep, then I do not feel any guilt using appliances at night because it's not my fault. I have to live too. Fall Guys. Ooh. I remember Fall Guys. That was fun. Is it still popular? I don't know. I haven't played it in a while. And then there's Stumble Guys, which was like... What even is the point of Stumble Guys anymore? Because, like, I understood when it was, like, the free version of Fall Guys, but, like, Epic Games acquired a handful of those things or whatever, and they made them all free to play. And then for people who already bought them, they just got free in-game currency or cosmetics. So, like, once Fall Guys went free to play, what was the point of the free alternative? I want a free alternative to my free game? How do I not want to spend my money? I don't know. Unless it's just an actually better game. I don't know. And then there was Among Us. Oh, I remember Among Us. I would love to play Among Us again, but it's one of those games where, like, no one actually wants to play it. So, that will never happen. And then, like, when it started getting popular, they were gonna make an Among Us 2, but they're like, no, we'll just start putting that content in base Among Us. Don't know why that wasn't the plan to begin with. Our game is getting popularity and people are playing it. Instead of updating it to put content in it that more people would then want to play the game for, we should release a new game, which probably isn't going to do well because why would people upgrade? Boom, capture. Sure, you can have that. Oh my gosh, the stacking on this is insane. People find a story and then they share it like through a screenshot or something. So there's like 20,000 names and progress meters stacked up. from like the 20 people who have shared this thing. Guys, if we keep sharing our screenshots of it, it's just eventually going to get too small to do anything. Right now you're hunting Linton from eggs and Sorba and Dynamax Ventures. You're hunting Lugia. Nice, nice. One thing that is like a bittersweet is with my schedule, I am not forced to stay on campus at like past around lunchtime. Like the latest I'm leaving is 11. So half the time I'm getting out before most places even start serving lunch. And then even if I'm on campus for long enough for them to switch to lunch, by then I'm leaving anyways. So, fortunately for me, I don't have to worry about eating on campus because that food is kind of expensive and drains your wallet quickly. So, I don't have to worry about all that because I'm not there long enough to justify it. I can just eat when I get home. But the issue that I've run into is both variations of classes I can have. So regardless of what day it is, they both leave from the same building. And from that building, I have to walk past the building that has the Subway and the Chick-fil-A that we have. So it's very hard to walk by that some days and be like, nope, I'm going home. I'm not going. Fortunately, my will to go home is usually stronger than the will to consume food and spend money. So typically I avoid that. Although we do have these things that are like just little stores you can go buy stuff from. It's not like fast food or anything. It's literally just you go in, they have the fridges that you can get a drink from. They have snacks you can get, all sorts of snacks, chips, candies, and a few resources as well because, they do also have to provide for the students that live on campus. But it's very nice, and stuff there is usually a lot cheaper than it would be. Like, it's like going to a Walmart pretty much, but without having to go to a Walmart. So that's the convenience thing I like about it. So I may swing by there some days. I don't know. See, the issue is I only have 15 minutes between classes. And the time it would take to go over there, get something, and come back would be longer than 15 minutes still. There are vending machines in the building I'm in, actually. And I've heard that the snack vending machine in there is actually the cheapest one on campus for some reason. But I think the pricing is based on the volume of people that use it. Because I think I was told, like, the less people use a machine, the cheaper the prices normally are. Because, people don't really use it that much. So that just incentivizes people to use it more if it's cheaper. And the ones that do get used more are more expensive because if people are going to use it a lot, might as well try to make more profit off of it. So, they're just maximizing their profit. They're incentivizing people to use the ones that are less used, and they're capitalizing on the ones that are more used. So it's pretty cool. You might not be able to see the shiny Koko because you gotta go to sleep soon. Well, hopefully for your sake, this next one is shiny. Hopefully you can at least stick around then, because I'm about to fight the Koko anyways. And if it's not, then hopefully for your sake, I don't get the Koko tonight. As much as that would suck for me, at least I would just push it into the next time I do these. Which, I mean, I still have 2 hours. Almost. I have way more than 2 hours. What am I on about? No, what? Oh, okay, it just updated for me. I was looking at the time. It was, like, the time I've been live was under 2 hours. So I'm like, what? I have 3 hours? No, it just had to update. Yeah, I'm almost at 3 hours. So I have 2 hours left of hunting tonight. And if I do end up getting it, I mean, you'll be able to watch back, I'm sure, and see the reaction. It won't be live for you, unfortunately, but I mean, the reaction's not going anywhere. And then there'll be the video when that comes out. Also, this is something I need to make note of. There is actually an Instagram account I made for this channel. I hardly use it, but it does exist. I haven't used it in a minute as well, which is the interesting part. Like, let me look at it real quick. Yeah, the last time I used it was August 2nd of 2025. See, I'm going to start posting stuff on there, which will be fun, because I have shinies. I'm going to start posting, like, if I get shinies on stream, I'm going to start posting them there. Well, targets. Unless, okay, it's weird. Actually, Dynamax Adventure's almost done, so no, won't matter. I'll post Koko on there if I get it. Or I guess more, I'll post the whole group since I haven't posted any of them yet. I'm gonna post video announcements, like if I do videos. What else will I post there? Updates on stuff, like if I'm in the middle of doing like a video that takes time to work on, there'll probably be some updates on that I'll post. Like just pictures of me in progress with it. And also there's this cool camera I have that I really like. It's got a nice retro feel to it. So I'd love to test it out, get it working again, and just take some pictures with it to post. Because I think that would be fun and add a bit of personality. Yeah. I'm gonna have to remember to use that more. If only it was a Friday. Tomorrow. We get our Friday tomorrow. Unless I'm tripping. No, today is Thursday. I have my Thursday classes. So yeah. And also, fun part about Fridays, I will be going the full time because I can do that now. So I will be doing the whole 6-hour gauntlet of whatever I have to do. Depends on if I get Koko now. Just for you, I'm going to make sure this one's shiny. Just you watch. Okay, Tapu Koko, you actually have to be shiny now because I'm going to look like a jerk if I say that and then it's not shiny. Okay, time to get a shiny. Okay, Drapion, no. Armaldo, no. Crocodile, no. Tapu Koko. Well, now I'm just the biggest jerk on the planet for lying. Well, I'm not at odds yet, so. This is going over odds, I'm sure. Watch me get it exactly at 100. Alright, now if you don't have the time to be able to stick around through this one, I understand. I'll just try not to get it, I guess. How'd it go from... Okay, I'm counting in twos because I'm playing on 2 systems. So I'm not counting the adventures I've done. I'm counting how many Kokos I've seen because each one can be shiny. That's why I'm on 2 games instead of just 1. Because, you know, everything is randomized at the end. So just because one game gets the shiny doesn't mean the other game gets it. So that's why I'm counting in 2 because it is 2 separate Kokos. What I just did is no different from these both doing it solo. The only difference is they're together and I can better plan the path. And that's why I'm sure you've probably also noticed at some point that I've never been on an odd number. My encounters are always even. Maybe I'll knock it out this turn, I don't know. I haven't paid attention to what's been going on in this battle. I am sending a message to someone. That's why you can hear me typing. Probably. I assume that gets picked up. My keyboard is loud. I don't know how long I can stay on my nocturnal pattern, which is unfortunate because I'm supposed to be getting a job, but there's like no job I could get that would work with the times I'm actually awake and doing stuff unless I went back to very poor planning for me. So maybe what I'm hoping is I can somehow find a side thing to do online or whatever. You know, like do simple work or stuff that I know how to do for someone and get paid for it. I don't know. I hardly know how to edit videos, but if I learned, I could probably try to get some kind of editing job or music. That would be what I'd love to do, but kind of need exposure and things out there to expose people to. You know, those would work great because then typically, unless it's like working for someone who wants to push out videos in times that require me to, you know, do the work at certain times, like unless I'm in a situation like that, I think it would be pretty easy to do that stuff. I don't know. Because that's pretty much just work at my own pace or in my own time, you know. You're still standing. I respect that. Boom. Is 100 encounters for a Koko guarantee giant Koko or only guarantee? It doesn't guarantee anything. It's statistics, and I took statistics class, so I got very used to answering stuff like this. So 1 in 100 is just the odds. So every time, every Pokemon is 1 in 100. Let's start there. So every time it rolls a Pokemon at the end, that's a 1 in 100 chance. Second one is 1 in 100. They're all independent as well. So one being shiny, like that Gourgeist, that has no effect on anything else being shiny. Now, what this means is basically, it's like, okay, let's simplify this. Let's just say the odds were 1 in 2. It's a coin flip. Heads, I get a shiny. Tails, I don't. Just for a more simple measure on this. You can obviously flip a coin more than 2 times before getting the heads. So that's all it's doing. It's like flipping a 100-sided coin. So 100 doesn't guarantee it, but at that point, statistically speaking, I should have got it. Basically, that's to say that, like, if you were to take 100 games, line them all up, and have them generate the Koko at the exact same time, you can expect that at least one of them will have a shiny. It's not guaranteed. It is very much possible that none of them have a shiny, but you can expect that. It just tells you when to expect. Because, like, my Tapu Fini, that went to 112. It's over 100. And my Rayquaza, however you say that, 358. Yeah. 358. So with a good spread, which I think you'd want 30 or more. I don't know if there's that many legendaries in this, but let's say 30 or more. Heck, just shinies in general. We'll start there. Let's say I counted every single Pokemon that was ever generated by my game through this. Basically, as long as I have 30 or more shinies to account for, and I were to reset the counter every time, it would work out, or at least should work out, to where on average I got a shiny every 100. And that makes up for, like, some hunts going really long, some going really short. Like Rayquaza went to 358, really long. Tapu Lele was in 20, really short. I had a hunt one time that I got in 2 encounters. I had a 1 in 300 that I got on the first try. Not kidding. I got a shiny Azelf on the first try in a 1 in 300 Dynamax adventure. So, you know, anything can happen. That is just to say you can expect it around 100. That was a good switch. I like that. That's exactly why I didn't Dynamax. I knew I was going to get one shot. Hopefully I get it. That's what I'm hoping for. Alright. Will I get it? This would be like one of the two best times to get it. Because this is the one right before I hit odds, and the next one, which is another great time, is odds. After that, I'm cooked. I gotta start preparing to change things to being over odds. That's crazy. I love how it doesn't show emojis in that. It just shows their name. Okay, Nidoking, no. Stunfisk, no. Berserker, no. Tapu Koko, no. No, those are very much not shiny. Unfortunately. I'm sorry, I guess you're just gonna have to miss it. I'm probably not getting it tonight, though, so you shouldn't have to worry too much. Regardless of what happens tonight, I'm setting up Shining Pearl after this stream, just so if it does end up happening in a later stream when I get the shiny, I'm already prepared to just switch hunts to that. You gotta go sleep? Okay. Well, have a good sleep. And I'll see if I get this shiny. I don't know. I'm gonna get back to my Pokemon Black playthrough. Took enough of a break. I don't know. This path is iffy. Well, wheezing isn't. So that's good, I guess. Oh, that's cool. It also counts that as max hailstorm. I didn't realize that. Big damage. Love to see it. Are we shiny hunting Wimpod still? No, Wimpod is long done. Wimpod happened, and then it was quickly forgotten about. Actually, no, it wasn't, because I did not actually do any shiny hunts or layout updates for a while there. So Wimpod actually got to live on the layout long past actually getting the shiny. It survived like 6 months, not 6 months, 4 months of being on the layout. Because that's about how long I was gone from streaming, so that makes sense. Yeah, 5 months ago. Which is kind of crazy. It's all been so long ago, really. Not like it's not insanely long, but you know, that is still a while ago. This thing is wiping my team somehow. It's a Pincurchin. How is it doing that? How was Legends Z8? I enjoyed it. Now, are there things they could have done better? Absolutely. But as a Pokemon fan who plays the games mostly for the fact that they are Pokemon games, I enjoyed them. For what they are, I enjoyed them. Wish there was a bit more they did with them. But I'm not going to absolutely reject the idea of them being games. I have to swap. I don't want to risk losing something else good. Honestly, I think my biggest issue was the fact that it had the DLC. Because that was like a third of the story. Mad that Aegislash Crocodile didn't get. Yeah, that was interesting. I was okay with a lot of the new megas they added. I'm gonna lose this fight. I mean, I have like 1 life left because of that pink urchin. Why are you taunting? Why are you not attacking? Okay. I love how my reaction to my starter's mega was like, whoa, that's cool. Oh, actually, no, that's like kind of lame. But, of course, that was just in the moment. What hasn't been captured is I've actually warmed up again to my starter. I'm no longer jealous. In fact, I quite like my starter and its mega. Okay. Whatever. Just means it takes one more to hit odds, I guess. Where is this move up? Look at there. Okay. I read that very poorly just then. I was gonna read that and not fully swap the grammar for my perspective. Was I spoiled by anything for ZA? No. I had no spoilers because my ZA launch weekend, I had already planned it from like the minute the games were like fully announced and everything. I pre-ordered the game and knew with how everything was going to work out for me. So I actually saved up absences too, because all my classes had like, oh, you can miss this many days, that many days. So I saved up enough absences for my classes. So launch day, I didn't go to my 8 a.m. class, and instead I waited around, got excited, then went to Best Buy where I pre-ordered to pick up the game. Then I brought it home and went because there was a class I did have to go to. So I went to that class. Then afterwards I'm like, okay, I have an absence saved up for like literally every other class that's left. So right after I did that one class, I went home, booted up ZA, and I played it the rest of the day. Then the next day, I only had 2 classes, which were very spaced out. So I skipped the first class and played through all that. And then I went to the second class, and I talked to some of my friends who had the game and were also playing it. And then went home, kept playing. Then over the weekend, I kept playing some more. I finished the game fast enough to where I didn't have to worry about spoilers. And also I stayed off the internet, which was another helpful thing. Like, literally my day was, if I was going to do anything related to ZA, it was going to be turn on my Switch, turn on OBS, and just start recording. That's all I did. I didn't look up a single thing about the game until after I beat it. Made your ideal Pokemon team of all time, and unfortunately your team isn't possible in any game. Dang. Maybe someday they'll bring back the national decks. They won't. Usually if I make like my ideal teams, I typically do it per game. Just because I like the idea of actually being able to use like my preferred team. Aegislash, Arctozolt, Urshifu, Glamora, Altaria, Hydra. Yeah, if it weren't for Glamora, you could have had all of that in Sword and Shield. Oh, I didn't even think about Hydrapple. I thought about Flapple. That's my bad. Yeah, so that too. I keep forgetting that they added an evolution to Applin. So yeah, that too would be an issue. But I mean, so 4 out of 6 being possible in one game is pretty good. And I guess technically, you can probably get more. Because, well, I don't know. Is Aegislash in Scarlet Violet? I don't recall it being in there. So you would still only get 4 out of 6. Is 4 out of 6 really the max amount of that team you can have at any point? Was Urshifu even in Scarlet and Violet? I was just assuming it was. That's another thing. So you might only be able to get 3 if not. I haven't played Violet in a minute. I don't even know what all is in it. It's okay because you love Appleton. It's always on your team. Shoot, because special defensive defense is already high. Teacher air defense, yeah. Personally, I prefer Flapple. I just like its design more. But, you know. I do actually have plans to hunt both of them coming up. Flapple because ideally, during my shield badge quest I'm getting ready to do, the ideal situation is I hunt Applin, and then of course, regardless of which of the 2 games I get in, I'll have a copy of Sword. So I'll be able to evolve it. And then Appleton, I have a hunt for that planned as well. Because on the Isle of Armor, through trees, you can actually encounter wild Appleton which would be a fun hunt to do. Low sweep. Gosh, if Hawlucha wasn't a flying type, it would actually be pretty... Not flying. Well, no, that makes it bad too. If Hawlucha wasn't the type it was, it would be great for Tapu Koko. Because it has a poison move. It has poison jab. But that doesn't matter when both your types are weak. You competed in your school's junior varsity swim meet and placed 8th out of 40 people on the 50-yard freestyle. That's nice. I have to keep that Senna Scorch on the team for like the rest of this run. Yep. This is gonna be bad. Why are you so set on getting rid of that? You need it. We need it. Do not get rid of that thing. What is my game on? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm playing Pokemon Black on the side. I just got 3 encounters in a row. And how it happened was I got 1 encounter. As soon as the battle ended, the very next step was another encounter. As soon as that battle ended, the next step was another encounter. How? No. You're kidding me. Okay, I just went through all that battling just to imagine. I did all this moving and I ended up walking backwards the entire time. Could imagine Gen 10 to be an underwhelming generation, but ultimately people will regret it because it probably introduces something new to the mainline story. I'm looking forward to Generation 10. I feel like they're going to do something good with it because it's going to be on Switch too. I mean, I feel like if they're going to make it exclusive, that's either because Nintendo is forcing them because, hey, if people are going to keep buying our games, we need them to have a reason to buy the Switch too. Or that's because they actually have good intentions with why they can't put it on the Switch 1. So, I mean, and then there's also the fact that we're a year behind technically on getting a new generation. So I feel like they're cooking up something good. I'm hoping it's gonna be a good generation though, because like ZA, while it's not perfect by any means, I feel like it's a huge improvement over like the way ZA plays even on a Switch 1 is far better than Scarlet and Violet play on Switch 1. So like clearly they're getting better at making the games work. So as far as that part, I'm sure Gen 10 is going to at least launch very stable. But I mean, also, ZA felt like they were actually trying again to make the games. So I'm hoping that actually becomes a thing going forward. I would love them to put more effort into the games I'm paying money for. Yeah, I think Gen 10 is already confirmed to be Switch 2 only. So, not surprised. And also, the Paldea games, that is entirely on Game Freak for not knowing how to make games. Those games can run on Switch 1. The issue is that they have everything loaded in at once. If they would have just made the game load in chunks, like literally every open world game does, it would not be bad. Those games would run fine. But they're just pushing the hardware to do too much. Like, if they actually knew how to make the game, it would not be bad. Loading in chunks is not a new concept. It's been a thing. About as long as 3D games have. So I feel like that's just they were getting used to. And, like, Legends Arceus, 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 however you want to say that. Uh, that one, like, it works to keep that in chunks because the areas are still small enough to where it's not insane. But when you load the entire game at once, yeah, you're pushing it too much. And then they sat there. This is what I hate the most. They sat there and put out an update. They're like, okay, we can fix performance. We decrease the number of Pokemon that can spawn at once. That was not the issue. That was never the issue. You just don't know how to make the games. You won't be talking because you're eating? All good. But yeah, like, with how they turned around Scarlet and Violet for the Switch 2, even if that's how they should have played to begin with, like, it's still a good thing. Like, they took the games that everyone was like, haha, these games suck, they don't even run, and they made them work. And then they turned around the next game, got their act together. Even if you're playing on Switch 1, not Scarlet Violet, even if you're playing on Switch 1, Legend ZA still functions perfectly fine. Sure, it runs at half the frame rate and has slightly worse textures, but like, game doesn't really have good textures in the Switch 2 version, so that's not really a loss. And like 30 FPS, I mean, you don't need 60. Pokemon never needs 60. I'm pretty sure prior to the Scarlet and Violet Switch 2 update, Generation 3 was the only games that ran at 60. For some reason. I don't know why those ran at 60. But I think everything else was mostly 30 or lower because of frame drops. But I think Gen 10 is going to be very promising. I think everything's going to be great with it. And as much as I'd hate to say this, I am genuinely considering buying another Switch 2 and both copies of the game. Now, I'd have to do a lot of saving to make sure that's even possible, but I am not against the idea of doing so. Alright, this is odds. Do I get the shiny? No, I'm over odds. Yay. Fortunately, I have class in the morning. It's fair. That's why I went nocturnal. My morning classes are technically the last thing I do before bed. And I love it. But yeah. Take care. Have a good sleep. Do well in class. Stay in school. Okay, I need to change the title. Because I'm over odds. I'm not changing the thumbnail. I don't have the energy to do all that. Took so long that you had like 153 subscribers and now I got 163. I mean, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the channel's also been growing a bit. I won't say it's been growing too much, but I mean, 10 subscribers, especially like, I think that was in the time of just this one hunt, right? Now, if you want to be technical, then you can count the entire Tapu hunt because I've done the other 3 already at this point. Yeah, I think Well, let's see. Where was the Feeny? Oh, wait. Feeny didn't even have the sub goal. When did that get introduced? I think it was in the stream I got it. Yeah. I went from 151 in the stream I introduced it to 163. I haven't updated it. I only update that at the start of streams. It's not rigged to do automatic. I don't know if there's a way to do that. But, I'm not trying to obsess over keeping that up to date. That's just there so people know that there is a goal. But yeah, I mean, when I started this too, I think I was at 148 as well. So, like, yeah, I was at 148 because I gained 3 subs just from one upload, even. So I'm very proud of where this channel is going. I mean, it obviously has gained traction. My view counts on streams are doing significantly better than they were when I started coming back to this. My view count on videos is starting to go up, which I'm very appreciative of. I have another video that I'm about to start working on soon. I just need to find the time to actually start working on it. I'm watching like a crash out in a group chat. This is hilarious. Okay. Yeah, I have plans to push this channel forward. I have a couple videos in the works. One is related to the Tapu, so I gotta get this Koko before I can actually make it. But another one is like an actual project I'm working on. I need to find time to start work on that, because it's gonna take me a while to do. I just figured it'd be something fun just to do. But yeah, I'm also gonna try to start investing a bit more into this channel to do more stuff, because I have the urge to upgrade some equipment, because right now the capture card on the right isn't that great. Like, the only way it runs stably is if I set it to 30 frames per second. Don't know why. Which is fine because Pokemon is 30 frames per second. But, it's still not great. I can't use anything not 30 FPS on it. So, I'm looking into actually getting, like, an Elgato capture card. Because, like, I've seen some good ones for decent prices online that I might look into getting at least one of. Just to see how I like it, how it works with my setup. Another thing I would like to be able to do is have a capture card just to take with me places, because, I'm always, well, not always, but like every now and then I have to go visit family and stuff. So it would be nice if I could take some kind of setup. Because, like, I have access to playing on TV and stuff, and if I take my laptop, I can very easily take my mic and a capture card and be able to record stuff like that. Wouldn't be the best, but at least I could still do stuff. But yeah, I want to start putting more into this channel. I have some new content plans I want to try coming up. I have all these hunts I have planned. Just got to be able to do them at some point. And I'm excited to do them. I'm hoping also, now that I just have more free time built into my daily life, I can put more effort into making higher quality videos. Because one of the biggest issues I've had is just with such little time, it's a choice between having a lower quality video put out in a reasonable amount of time, or a slightly higher quality video, but it takes forever to make. So again, I'm hoping to put more effort into videos. Because I have another movie video I'm working on. I have what else do I got? I have another movie length video, but it's not a movie. It'll be the second entry in the Pointless Grind series. Those will be fun to work on. And I say the second entry, I might end up doing a third entry that happens before. I don't know, but I have some video plans I'd like to start getting out. some big damage. No switch. You do not get to switch to Butterfree. Alright. Time to destroy this Koko. Okay. Alright, 102. Flareon, no. Weezing, no. Seismitoad, no. Tapu Koko, no. On to the next Koko. Woohoo! Okay, there's 2 ground types and a rock type, sure. Persona 1, run into a wall. Persona 1 has this meme. This is what I'm laughing about because I'm talking to a friend about this. Persona 1 has this meme about like running into walls, but we're confused as to how that's like a thing. Oh, so wow, that was a lot of damage. But we're confused as to how this is a thing because like it's not really an issue unless you go out of your way I run to wall. Martin can Dynamax now. That's crazy. I could do that once. Not anymore. Not anymore. Persona! Pokemon is like Persona. They're the same age. They both start with the letter P. And they both involve capturing things. And they're RPGs. So, yeah, they're the same thing. How many battles are left? I think there's one more, and then Koko. I'm not gonna win this one. There's no way. There's no way I win this one. But that's whatever. Max Worm Wind. Yeah, I'm cooked this run. I don't even care at this point if I lose. Okay, there's a chance I can beat this, but it's not likely. So, I'm just gonna have to roll with that. I have 1 life to do this, and if I don't do it, then I don't care. Please, Tapu Koko, let me beat this. I don't care how much has to go right for that to happen. I just don't want to lose one. Because I only got time for like 1 more. I want to get as many in as I can. Because otherwise I'm just going to be sad. Okay, this is actually looking very good, because that was one turn. Definitely possible to knock it out this turn. It might actually happen. Well, that's interesting. Why is the switch 1 ahead? No! Discharge, I lose. Wait, is the Comfey still alive? Oh! The Comfey's still alive! No way. The Comfey is still alive. I won that just because of that Comfey? Oh my gosh. I did not expect to actually win that. Okay. Boldor, as cool as it is, unfortunately it's not shiny. Sandaconda, I think those are both normal, because the chances of both of those being shiny is slim, but not none. Diggersby, not shiny. And Tapu Koko, not shiny. Let's do it again! Yay! Okay, ground type. There's not really a good path for this. I might not be able to finish this one. But I still did good. I got another 30 in. In fact, I think I did 34 today. No, I did not. I am lying. I got 24 in. I'm not getting no 30. I am trying to make myself seem cooler than I am. Yes, I only got 24. 30 would be 110. I can do math. That was a quick fight, but also Ninjask is kind of frail. Especially if you hit it with a rock move. It does die in one hit. Meow. Porygon is fine because I think it has an ice move. And if that can freeze, that's pretty good. What? It will be so cold in some parts of the US this weekend that trees might start exploding. That is insane. Sip them all. Mega Evolution Matcha, Z Real, Milk Tea, Prism Tower Punch. I don't want to sip them all. I'm good not sipping my Pokemon. I love memes that my friends actually understand. Because then I get to giggle and then send it to my friends, and then they can understand why I'm giggling. I love memes. These are hilarious. Um. Okay. I know I need to switch. Ice Beam. Big damage, as always. Actually, I don't know if it'll do big damage this time. Oh, that's not good. I wish I Dynamaxed the Porygon actually, that would have done more damage, but whatever. I'm still on this slow battle. Unable to claim victory. Yeah, I think what I have is more important. Okay, high horsepower and ice beam. Ice beam can freeze. High horsepower does good damage. I can win this. Maybe. Okay. Skitter smack. I guess that does good damage, but okay. I might be cooked, I might not. I mean, there's 2 things paralyzed, 1 thing already done. And the things that are still alive, they are very weakened, so unless I get lucky and outspeed, I probably lose here. It taunted? That's what it did? Yes, I win. Great way to end off. A greater way to end off would be getting a shiny, but I doubt it. Tapu Koko. Please be shiny. I actually got insanely lucky there. If it used anything other than taunt, I probably would have lost. But I also don't know why it used taunt on me, because Nidoking had not used anything but an attack that entire fight, and also it has only attacking moves. So I don't know what Koko thought it was doing there, unless it was trying to give me a win. I don't know. Anyways, let's see. Ninjask, no. Porygon, no. Nidoking, no. Tapu Koko, no. Alright. So, to anyone who's still here, I want to thank you for watching. And to the people who were here, who aren't here anymore, still, thank you for watching. People who watch this as a VOD, because I know there are apparently people that do that. Thank you for watching, if you watch this far through it. Or if you're just skipping to this part because you wanted to see if I got a last minute shiny, which I did not. Yeah, thank you everyone. I'll be doing this tomorrow. Still going for Koko. Hopefully I'll get it tomorrow, because if not, this is going to be a pain in my butt.